Hello. I'm making a video again. I wasn't expecting to make a video today, but I guess I am making a video. Self-defense. Well, I'm God, and I have every right to defend myself from crazy people. I guess that's what I wanted to talk about in this video. You know, there's people who are dying. Bad things are happening. That's me defending myself. That's self-defense. What more can I really say? The fact is, I was Jesus Christ. I was killed. I was sacrificed. Well, I was crucified. Yeah. It's interesting listening to certain people because the way they frame it, the way they talk about it is, oh well, Jesus had to die so that we could be forgiven of our sins, so that that people, those who believe in Jesus Christ, could be those who love Jesus Christ, can be forgiven of their sins. But the fact is that the world is evil, and the world doesn't like God, me, and so it makes my life very difficult. I mean, the thing that happened to me this time, this in this body, is that I realized that people were betraying me, lying to me, cheating, trying to cheat me all the time, always trying to see me fall. And so I separated myself from people. I had to for my own sanity. For my own just so I could keep my own sanity. But what happened was, when I separated myself from people, when I would watch things on the internet and television. I used to. I don't really watch television, and it's been a long time since I've watched television, really. I spend most of my time watching YouTube videos. Thing is, when I separated myself from people, I realized that I was being, I guess it's what people would call evil eye. When people get the evil eye, when someone, for me, I realized that I could click on a video on YouTube, and it was like they were talking directly to me, as if they were trying to have a conversation with me through my screen. And it was really freaky. Really freaky. It was like someone had hacked into my computer and my phone, and I was being watched and monitored through cameras in the room that I was in. That's how freaky it was. I was like, what the hell is happening here? And I used to work in IT as a network engineer. You know, I'm not stupid when it comes to computers. Okay, I'm quite smart about those things, usually. So, you know, that happened to me, and I realized it wasn't that people had hacked into my computer or phone. It was because of spirits. It was because of ghosts. And how the world is like, the world is, you know, it's like a net. It's a lot of evil. There are a lot of evil spirits that, I guess you could say, they all talk to one another, and they are like energy vampires, and they want my energy because I'm good. This is how I figured out who I am, because I'm the energy source, and people wouldn't leave me alone. And then I started to see things like, shootings and, people crashing or dying, or airplanes falling out of the sky. And I managed to see, I figured out a lot of things connected to me, because a lot of a lot of deaths that have happened are connected to me, because it's because of magic. Things I do triggers. You know, there are things happening in my life, and they trigger events happening. So, for instance, when 9/11 happened, when I was a boy, I started a boarding school called Charterhouse, and it was the first week I was there. I started in September 2001. That's I figured out that's I figured out how I was connected to that. Obviously, I didn't figure that out when I was a young boy. I figured that out in the last 5 years. So basically, what I wanted to talk about in this video is, I am God, and I'm defending myself. If you know what I post on Facebook, because that's what I usually do. I post on Facebook. I post a lot. You know, every single day I'm posting probably more than 100 posts on Facebook in my name. My name is Grant Salvin. GrantSalvin. And I don't know how many posts I've got on Facebook. I have no idea. If it's, I couldn't even guess. I mean, it's definitely more than 20,000. It's more like 40 or 50. It's probably, I don't know. It could be anywhere. I wouldn't even be surprised if it was getting into the 80,000. 70 or 80,000 posts or something crazy like that. Yeah, that's how bonkers and I started it in the January the 6th, 2022. It's all I do every single day, 7 days a week. I post to Facebook. That's what I do, and it's about self-defense. It's about me defending myself from energy vampires. Crazy people. I guess a lot of people, they're like, oh, why would God send me to hell? Why would God send people to hell for this or for that? And it's like, well, it's all about self-defense. It's about me defending myself. That's what it is. That's what it's all about. Because the people who are sinning, you're basically, you're energy vampires. And it's my energy you won't leave alone, right? The reason, I was Jesus, and I gave people, um, I empowered those I love. Okay, so I empower those, I want to empower those that I love and that love me. Yeah, they they are my children. The problem is that the world is only interested in my power. That's all it's interested in. And because of that, it's caused a big fight between me and them. There's a big fight happening in this world. So, things are getting bad. Okay? People are facing all kinds of problems, whether it's financial or it's, the state of the country, war, everything falling apart, people dying, that kind of thing. Yeah? If you are against me, you will suffer. That's the thing, right? If you're against me, you're going to face the consequences of your evil ways. And I've been trying to warn people about this. The problem is that people don't really want to know, or people don't believe me. People don't believe me when I say that I am God. And that's a big problem. That's a really big problem for me. It's a bigger problem for them, really, more than it is for me. But I'm not enjoying, I don't like the fact that I have to keep telling people the same thing again and again and again and again and again, because I've got my YouTube account. I've got hundreds of I've got very long videos explaining this, explaining lots of things, and about, I've explained who I am. My YouTube channel name, well, you should be able to see it if you're watching this video. Yeah, you should see what it says, right? The Lord, the God of your fathers. That's the name. If you look in the Bible, yeah, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's who I am. Or I guess that's who I was, because who is the God of Abraham, and who is the God of Isaac, and who is the God of Jacob? Well, it seems to me that that might have changed, especially in Abraham's case. Yeah. See, the thing is that people who seem to be good people thousands of years ago, well, the fact is they aren't. Or they've changed. Times have changed. Their way of thinking has changed. Abraham, for instance, he wants to worship himself. Anyway, I've talked about that in other videos, and I don't really want to talk about that again. Okay? The reason I haven't made a video for so long is because, well, I got bored of trying to explain to people who don't want to know. Like, what's the point? What's the point me vocalizing what I'm saying? You know, what's the point? If you don't believe what I'm saying, there's no point making a video. There's no point. That doesn't stop me doing what I need to do, though. If you're not going to listen to me, I'll go do something else. I'll go, you know, I will still do what I need to do. And I will accomplish what I need to accomplish in one way or another. So, I'm making this video. I don't know how long I want to make this. But the fact is that I'm bored of this. Let me talk about the pastor guy. He's called Robert Breaker. He has a YouTube channel. He has, I don't know, 700,000 subscribers, almost 800,000 subscribers. And he runs something called the Cloud Church. And he teaches all kinds of rubbish. He teaches all kinds of, he talks about dispensations. He talks about the rapture. He talks about Paul. He's totally obsessed with Paul. Dispensations. That's a heap of shite. Okay, all this dispensational crap. It's all rubbish. It's evil. It's not explained properly. Okay, you see, I suppose the thing is that, the people who live in Israel these days, okay, they claim to be the Jews, right? So they were people who moved, thousands of years ago, a long, long time ago. They moved from, I guess, well, you could say Palestine, or they moved from that, and they came across, right? So they moved into Europe, for instance, okay, and they claimed to be the Jews. But the fact is that, the thing is before Jesus Christ, right? So before Jesus Christ came, and then, before the New Testament, you had the Old Testament, right? The Jews or the Israelites, you had the Israelites and the tribe of Judah, right? And the Judahites, or the Jews, they were considered God's chosen people, right? So you had all kinds of people wanting to graft themselves in, or they were trying to claim that for themselves. Okay, there were people who were jealous of that, who wanted that for themselves. Okay? What I'm saying is that there are a lot of imposters in this world. That's a problem that people need to recognize. I didn't prepare for this video. I actually just got out of bed. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and yeah, I went to bed at like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and here I am making a video. I didn't realize I was going to make it, but here I am. Oh, not impressed with anybody. I'm not impressed with this world at all. I'm very unhappy. people keep getting in my. People want to get in my way. People are. See, the world has a sickness. The world has a sickness, a very evil way about it, and at the core of what that is, it's child abuse is what it is. And when I say child abuse, I mean, we're talking like people who are uh, sexual abuse and the drinking of and consuming of blood, flesh, because people do very evil rituals. I'm talking about secret society, Freemasons, and the world has that spirit. So your average person, the average person on this planet, that's the spirit that guides them. The spirit of idol worship, the spirit of idols who do very evil things. I mean, think about the old days. Think about if you read in the Old Testament. There was Baal and Moloch, and people would have false gods, and they would sacrifice their children to those false gods. Yeah, for financial gain, for power, for blessings. Nothing's changed. That is the world you live in. That is the world you live in. It's just that people hide it. It's a hidden thing, right? So it's camouflage. It's sort of hidden with magic. It's hidden. Yeah. So, what more can I say? One more. When you see wars happen, when there are lots of people dying in this world, when you can't afford your food from the supermarket because it's too expensive, and you've got no money, right? You can't pay for your house anymore. You got to lose your house. You got to you everything's falling apart. Yeah. Well, I've already explained hundreds of times why that is. I've explained it. I'm God. The world is evil. Billions and billions and billions of people do not like me. Billions of people don't like me. I'm good. Things are falling apart for the world. Plain and simple. That's really all I should have to say. I had an evil family, evil parents, I had evil friends, I had evil girlfriends, I had evil co-workers when I had a job, when I used to work. The fact is that you know, if I surround myself with people who have an evil spirit, it's not good for me. It's not good for. It's not. It becomes an attack vector. You see, it becomes because that evil person. You know, you might think that's one person, but actually, there's a lot of demons that follow them, and they're having a battle with me. And so, you know, this is the thing. The world worships and follows after people I used to know. Okay, people who I used to call friend or girlfriend. That's who they follow. That's who they want to pretend is God instead of me. Because they've used a lot of witchcraft and magic against me. See, the world would like to replace me with anyone who is evil. Because if the world can replace me with someone who is evil, then they don't have to worry about all their sinning and all the terrible shit that they do. But that isn't going to work. That doesn't work. If you've been following me on Facebook or if you've been watching me, if you've been following my progress, you should have realised by now that I'm not the one you want to have an argument with. Anyway, I'm trying. Yeah, I mean, then, you know, I made this video because the subject of self-defense came up, and I thought I should speak because I am defending who I am. I'm God. You're not God. I'm God. I'm God. Yeah, you are not God. I'm God. See, a lot of people these days, they want to believe in Christ consciousness. They want to think that, oh, everyone's God now. Yeah, you see, the world wants to believe that everyone is God except God. Right? So God's not God, but everyone else is. Yeah, it's a total inversion of the truth. That's what the world is. That's what the world wants. I'm one person, one guy, explaining who he is. That is it. Okay? And I suppose, well, you know, the church is the body of Christ. So I was Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago. I am here again. I'm the second coming of Jesus Christ. So it's, you know, it's really interesting when, you know, for instance, Robert Breaker, he makes videos about the body of Christ. Well, I'm right here. This is the body of Christ. I'm right here. Okay. What more can I say? What more can I say? You know, for instance, you know, Robert Breaker. He's a King James Bible onlyist. Okay, so there are people in, you know, so-called Christians who call themselves King James Bible onlyists. Okay? So they believe that the King James Bible is the perfect word of God and that no other Bible translation is acceptable to them, basically. You see, the problem with that is that you keep saying King James, King James, King James. Who's James? Where's this King James? Where's his throne? Where does he sit? Who is this James? James Bond? Or Jimmy Savile? Yeah, okay, so Jimmy Savile. Yeah? I mean, the word save is in the word Savile, isn't it? Yeah, you want to get saved? You want to get Savile, do you? Do you know what I'm saying? See, people have, it's like a mind virus. Okay, you have pedophiles. You see, this is the thing about the world, right? The secret societies, people. You see, people. For instance, let's look at who's that music artist? He's called Young Blood. Young Blood. So Robert Breaker, he likes to say, "Oh, have you trusted in the blood of Jesus? Oh, it's all about the blood." He says you can't be saved without the blood. Nothing but the blood of Jesus. Well, you see, blood is a slang expression for friend, basically. Yeah, it's an English thing, really. Probably comes from London. You know, it's a London slang term, blood. And that's something that, you know, when I used to have friends, that's something that was a word that got used a lot. And you see, this is the thing, right? It's witchcraft. It's word magic. It's and so the thing is that there are rich people. So there are evil people with lots of money who have very evil desires. And so they created a system so that they wanted to make a system so they could do what they wanted to do and control people to get what they want. Basically, that's putting it as simply as possible. You know, they use magic and witchcraft to control and to keep that, so they could do what they want to do. Evil rituals involving child abuse. And you know, for instance, someone wants to become famous and rich and a star, a celebrity. I mean, they're not really a star; they're a celebrity, but whatever, right? For instance, there's that singer, that rock guy, rock band guy. I don't know. I've never really listened to his music, but he calls himself Young Blood. And you see, lots of people worship him, and they think, "Oh wow, what a lovely young man, Young Blood." But you see, he's a front for people who like young blood. Yeah, they like the blood of children. He's basically a front for that. He's a camouflage. He camouflages what's happening behind it. Behind him. He's put out. He's a magician. Okay, he's a magician creating an illusion, and people worship him because people have a sickness. That sickness, I already explained what it is, right? That sickness is child abuse. Okay? I mean, we already know the stories about Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, um, R. Kelly, for instance. These are people who have these are men who have been caught. Yeah, they've been caught doing things that they shouldn't have been doing. How many more are there? How bad does it really get? How bad is it really? I mean, we already know the story about Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Connections to the UK royal family, right? Charles, Andrew. Yeah, what about Queen Elizabeth II? She's dead now. What about her? What connections did she have to Freemasonry, secret societies, people doing evil rituals with children? See, people are drawn to power. That's the thing. The world has a sickness. It is, I want power at any cost. I don't care who gets hurt, I want power. That's the sickness, basically. That's how it goes. And that's why when you see thousands of years ago, there were people who would sacrifice their children in order for blessings. So, maybe they'll have a good harvest for the year, You have blessings and have money and lots of crops and stuff, right? Or whatever. Yeah, that's what they did. Because, they wanted... That's the thing. People do very evil things to acquire what they want. I'm God. I'm not happy with the world. The world is being dealt with. So, what more can I say? What more can I say? Okay. Quick tarot reading. Okay. Death. The Death card. Okay? It's a Scorpio card. I'm a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio sun. So we've got death. I mean, what have I been talking about? I've been talking about self-defense. I've been talking about defending who I am. Well, in the tarot deck, this is my card. Okay, I'm a Scorpio. This is the Scorpio card. It's the 13th card of the Major Arcana. And you can see there's a skeleton wearing armor, riding a white horse. There's like what looks like a king, or there's some guy here who's dead. He looks like he's a king or something like that. Yeah, his crown fell off. You see, his crown is there. And then there's that, that bishop looking guy wearing the yellow. Okay. Death. Well, I'm God. I'm going to defend myself. Page of Wands. So the Page of Wands. So Page of Wands can mean a lot of different things. A child, children. Also, the word page is here. So, for instance, I have a Facebook page. Okay? So this is the thing, right? Because, I was talking about children being abused. Death. Right? Okay. So, Four of Pentacles. So you can see there's someone there. He's holding on to his pentacles. He's sitting on something. He's sitting down and he's holding on to his money, basically his possessions. So this, this represents possessions. Holding on to stuff. Okay. We got the Ace of Wands, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Hanged Man. Okay, so let me just talk about that for a second. So this explains exactly what I was talking about. Okay, death. Page of Wands. So, you could call my Facebook page a Page of Wands because I use it for doing magic. And obviously a wand is associated with doing magic, fire. But death, this is, Page of Wands, quite often that's talking about children. And then you got the Four of Pentacles. So here's, possessions. This represents holding on to. So if, let's say, children have been abducted by evil people and they're being held on to, they're being possessed. Okay. Ace of Wands. So, this is to do with fire and passion. And it's also, it's a phallic symbol as well, right? It's a stick. Ace in the, in French and Italian reads more like ass, by the way. So it's, more, it's more like a stick of ass, if you understand what I'm saying. Wheel of Fortune, that's to do with destiny and fate. Okay, destiny and fate. The Wheel of Fortune. Okay, the Hanged Man. So, the Hanged Man. Card number 12. It's also the number of my house that I'm in. Number 12. Okay? The 12th house in astrology is Pisces. And Pisces is associated with the moon. See, the moon isn't the sun. It reflects the light of the sun. And it wants, that's the thing. The moon is... You see, people worship the moon rather than God. You see? The world likes to use moon magic against me. So the reason secret societies do what they do with children is because, well, it has a lot of biblical connections, right? So, I'm God. The children are supposed to come to me. Okay? I'm God. The children, that's the thing. I love my children. But the thing is that the world wants to copy. It wants to try to be me and do evil rituals. So I mean, for instance, you know the story about Madeleine McCann. Yeah? What's the name of that guy, that German guy who was in prison, who was accused of her murder, but he got he's out of prison. He's now, I think he's under like house arrest or something. Yeah, what's his name again? Christian? Christian. So what's the word Christian? It reads like Christ. Ian. Oh, what was the other guy who was in prison? Oh, that's good, right? Ian Watkins. Yeah, the guy from Wales. Wales. There's an interesting word for you. Yeah, what's a whale? So he was from Wales, Ian Watkins, yeah, and he was in a band called the Lost Prophets. Yeah. He went to prison because he was a pedophile. Now he's dead. Okay? You know, interesting thing is, I actually went to go see the Lost Prophets, the band, when I was either 15 or 16 years old. I was in London. I actually, back then I used to live in Brighton, and I went up to London to go see Papa Roach play at Camden Barfly. So the venue in Camden called Camden Barfly. It's a small venue. So I went to go see Papa Roach there, and a friend that I used to have, who used to live in London, near Putney, I think. I met up with him the next day. I just roamed the streets of London all night long by myself. And the next day I met with a friend from the school I used to go to, Charterhouse. I met him, and he wanted to go see Lost Prophets play at Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street. I think it was Oxford Street. Yeah. And so I went with him to go see the band play at Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street. And I went to the cinema that day as well. I went to go see that M. Night Shyamalan film, The Village. I went to go see that in Leicester Square. So yeah, I was never what you would call a fan of the Lost Prophets, but I heard some of their music when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. And I went to go see them play once. So, yeah. It's a strange thing trying to explain my life, because I'm God, and people can say, well, if you're God, then why do you smoke, and why do you swear, and why do you do this, and why do you do that, and why have you done these things? And it's like, well, that's just what happened. I'm God. I'm entitled to live my life how I want to live my life. If you can't believe that God has every right to do what he wants to do, Okay? And that's the thing. That's why the world does what it does, right? So the world wants to think that it's God and does whatever it wants, right? People will do, this. Look at a celebrity. Who do they really think they are? Who do they really believe in? They may not say it, but who do they really think that they are? Who do they really want to be? I mean, you might be familiar with the story about Cronus. He's associated with Saturn, the planet Saturn, right? In Greek, I think Greek mythology, Cronus. Um, he used to eat his children. He ate his children. Now, why do people do that sort of thing? Why? What is, what is it? See, people want to do evil magic rituals for power. They're trying to imitate something. It's a magic thing that they're doing. It's very disturbing. It's very, yeah. So, what do I say about, what more can I say before I go? Because, to be quite honest, I'm kind of bored. I'm bored. I mean, for instance, yeah, it made me think of, all those Robert Breaker videos. He's always got a whiteboard. In almost all of his videos, he's drawing on a whiteboard. I mean, look at the things that he draws. Look how he draws it. It almost looks like a butt with a crucifix in the middle of it. Or he's trying to draw like two balls and a penis. Or, there's one video where it looks like he's almost drawn an eyeball. And, he's doing all sorts of he's drawing all sorts of strange things on his board. That you can, if you look very closely, you can see he's drawing some really strange things. And that's the thing, right? Because, as I've explained in videos, the cross is associated with anal sex magic, sodomy. If you read the book of Revelation, chapter 11, it talks about the two witnesses. It talks about how Jesus was, was crucified in the land of Sodom and Egypt, figuratively speaking. Yeah? I mean, it's even the same thing. If you look at a pyramid, if you look at a pyramid from a bird's eye view, from top down, so you look from above and you look down at it, it's a four-sided object. It looks like a cross. Yeah? Depending on what angle you look at it, it might look like an X, or it might look like like a plus sign. So, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't, I want people to acknowledge who I am, but if people don't acknowledge who I am, what's going to happen? Well, a lot of bad things will happen. A lot of the situation will not improve for people. Okay, so I'm talking about the entire planet of people, it's going to get very bad very quickly. Okay, I am the solution to those problems. I am God. I am the one who can bless, and I'm the one who can take away. I want you to know that. But if you choose not to acknowledge that, then how are things going to go then? Well, like I said, badly. I'm not worried, okay, about dying. I'm not scared. Things can only get better for me, really. So, I don't have to deal with it. If I wanted to go on holiday for 5 years or 10 years, I can do that, right? If I want to go on holiday for a month, 3 months, a year, 2 years, I can do that. I've got money. I can do that. If I want to go live somewhere else, I can do that. There are plenty of options available to me. I don't have to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't have to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't have to be at work at 9 o'clock and clock in, and I don't have to do that. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. I haven't done that. The last time I had a job was in 2021. I've been unemployed since then. What more? You know, I have a lot of options available to me. And the vast majority of people in this world are going to find that, paying the bills is difficult. People are getting ill. People are dying. People are arguing. People are fighting. Wars and corruption and all kinds of bad stuff are happening. It's going to be an unpleasant experience. It's going to be an unpleasant experience because I demand to be acknowledged. If you see what I post on Facebook, you may have noticed that people are very hungry. They're very thirsty. They really want my energy. because they're you can see by their video titles, you can see they're constantly trying to take energy. They're always trying to involve themselves in in whatever I'm posting on Facebook. They're constantly trying to involve themselves with that. And what I do is I take all the stuff that they do and I stir it all together, basically. You know, I mix it all together. So, you know, this is, you know, that is me. I'm defending myself. That's what I'm doing. I'm making people look like fools for trying to steal my energy, my power. I'm making them look like evil clowns. Because that's what they are. They're evil clowns, basically. Demons. Sick people. Very sick people. And I will defend myself. However I think is appropriate. I'm God. There's nobody above me. Another reading? Okay. So, we've got my deck here with, I use this one for reversals. So, whoa, hang on. hang on. So, okay. Whoa. Okay, first card. Six of Swords in reverse. So this is, the Six of Swords is all about moving to calmer waters, or moving on, I suppose. So this is, not moving on sort of thing, or it's moving on in reverse. I should mention I've got Moses here with me. Yeah. He's behind me. Okay. Whoa. Okay, got another card here. The Six of Wands. So, this is you see this guy, he's on this horse and he's riding the horse. This is like a victory card, okay? But it's also, it's like a sex magic card. That's the purpose of this card. It's about sex. It's riding the horse. Okay? It's the riding of the horse. It's another way of saying, sex. And it's called the victory card. It's associated with victory because obviously there's these guys look like they've they're back from some sort of victory, right? They're enjoying their victory procession. Okay, so Moses, he is my lover. So here's the hangman in reverse, right? So obviously I was Jesus. Okay? I was hung on a cross. Like I said, the cross is associated with Sodom and Egypt. Moses is assisting me, okay, with writing. Let's put it that way, okay? So the hangman in reverse. The thing about this card is obviously, well, what does it mean to hang with someone? If you hang out with somebody, if I went and I found a man and I went to the pub with him, or I went round his house, or he came around, you know what I mean? Or, do you know what I mean? That's the hangman, because I was hanging out, hanging out with a man. The hangman. There's a confusion here. There's a big confusion here. And it's a serious thing. There's a confusion. Who is the hangman? Well, I was Jesus. See, people are obsessed with going out and hanging out with each other. They want to party. They want to have sex. They want to do all that kind of stuff, right? Go down the pub, etc. People put their, they're so interested in their social lives, but they forget who Jesus was, right? They forget about the sacrifice. Okay, we've got the Star card. The Star card, okay, so the hangman in reverse, the Star. Okay. And then we got the Justice in reverse. How do we explain that one? So the Star in reverse and the hangman, so the Justice in reverse. Moses. Well, this is the thing, right? You know, what's this? What is this saying? What is this saying? So we got the Six of Swords in reverse. So moving on in reverse, the Six of Wands. So I told you the ghost, the spirit of Moses is here with me. He's standing, he's behind me, on my back, and he's here. The Hanged Man in reverse. Okay, so I'm Jesus, the second coming. Moses is behind me. The Star card, okay? Justice in reverse. So, you know, Jesus said, vengeance is mine. I'm here to bring justice. This is all connected. So, but obviously, yeah, let me get some more cards here. Okay, and I go the Ace of Swords in reverse. So obviously the Ace of Swords in reverse is, you know, Ace of Swords is about communication and logic. Okay? In reverse, well, who was I was talking about? Moses is behind me. Okay? He's in my reverse. Or, you know, this could also be read as no communications happening. You know, the Justice in reverse could be talking about injustice and there's no communication happening. You know, that's another way of reading these cards. And then we got the Eight of Cups. So that can be read in a couple of different ways as well. You know, so, you know, the Eight of Cups is, you know, it usually talks about, well, you see there's a guy, he's walking away, he's disappointed. Yeah? The cups are to do with water, but obviously, do you eat water? Do you eat water? You know, the Eight of Cups. And then we got the High Priestess card. And then we got the King of Pentacles in reverse. And then we got the Two of Wands. And then we've got the Three of Wands in reverse. The Seven of Wands in reverse. The Five of Pentacles. King of Swords. The Emperor in reverse. Okay. So, to me, this is Moses communicating. Okay. So, Six of Swords in reverse. Moving on in reverse. Okay. Six of Wands. I've already explained these cards. The Hangman reverse. The Star in reverse. Justice in reverse. So this is the thing. Moses is bringing justice. Okay. Moses is fighting for me. Ace of Swords in reverse. Eight of Cups. So there's this disappointment, this unhappiness with the high the high priestess. Okay, so there's this, who does she think she is? Who is the high priestess? Who is she? What is women aren't supposed to be in, women are supposed to be silent in the church, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Women want to involve themselves with things that they shouldn't involve themselves with, okay? And, who is the high priestess really? Well, you can see there's the letter B, there's the letter J, yeah? You have a lot of witches who do drugs, they smoke weed, they do sex magic, they use witchcraft. There's a lot of them. That's really what the high priestess is. Evil. King of Pentacles in reverse. So, this is, the King of Pentacles in reverse. Let me just explain this, right? So, here's the high priestess, yeah? And here the King of Pentacles, and he's like, oh, look at that slut over there. Ooh, I'm gonna get behind her. Yeah, he wants to get behind her. You understand? He's in reverse. That's what that's saying. Moses is unhappy with the whores and the whoremongers. Okay? People doing things they shouldn't be doing. Two of Wands. So, that's planning. Three of Wands in reverse. The three looks like a butt, does it not? Yeah, a stick is a stick. Yeah, this is because this is also not doing anything. This is also not doing anything, because the Three of Wands is about setting out to do something, going something, making things happen, and this is stuck energy. It could be anal sex magic, it could be not doing anything. And then there's the Seven of Wands in reverse. So there's this battling, or it's making a stand, and there's something to do with reverse. And then there's the Five of Pentacles, people being left out. Someone, this represents being left out in the cold, or potentially financial hardship. But this is the thing, the world is very cold towards me. I'm the King of Swords, right? So, Moses is judging those and is getting justice. Because all these people are, the world is full of evil people doing evil things, and their attitude towards me is like ice, cold as ice. And the Emperor is in reverse. Okay, so I mean, Moses, he well, that's the thing, right? He's sitting on my throne. He's sitting, you know what I mean? You know, I'm, there's the sitting on the throne in reverse, right? Um, but obviously, this is also to do with authority as well. You see, I'm God, I'm Jesus, and the world needs to have me as this, yeah, the authority figure. But the world doesn't want me that way, okay? I know it's bizarre having to explain sex magic and why is God doing things? Why would God be involved with that type of thing? It's called self-defense. You see, the saying, like, you wouldn't bring a knife to a gunfight. Well, would you bring a gun to a magic war? A magic battle? Do you think you can defeat God with a gun, sort of thing? No, you can't. Witchcraft is magic is way more powerful than a bullet or a bomb. You see, when you see something like bombs and shootings and how did those things happen in the first place? Well, it's actually because there's a magic war that's happening. Magic is my magic power. My power is way more dangerous. It's way more powerful than any gun or bomb. I mean, think about how did the dinosaurs die? How did the dinosaurs go extinct, for instance? Yeah. Or if you have a meteor or a comet that smashes into planet Earth, that kills almost everything or everything on planet Earth. That's the type of power I have. Okay. Um, I'm the creator of the universe. Earth is like a speck of dust in the universe. It really is a tiny little dot. So, this is the thing. People in the world is evil and it wants my power. It is obsessed with trying to acquire my power because my power is amazing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. I've done my best trying to love people. I've done my best trying to bless people. Even people who don't deserve to be blessed. Yeah? That has to stop, right? People being blessed who don't deserve to be blessed, that has to stop. Right? I have to stop them. Why would I want to bless evil people? Why would I want to bless my enemies? Why would I want to bless people who are involved with child sex trafficking, child sex abuse, drinking blood, doing evil rituals? Why would I want to bless them? I wouldn't. I don't. I want that to stop. And I'm making that happen. It's been a long process. It's taken me years to get to where I am now. It's taken me a long time. If people had actually listened to me when I said that I'm God, things could have been different. Right? You know, if 3 or 4 years ago when I explained who I am and people actually took me seriously, things would have looked a little bit different now, wouldn't they? But things go the way that they go. You know, people do. Things are happening the way that they're happening, and what can I say? You know, I really. Hang on a second. The fact is that most people. I mean, I live in England, so yeah, most people think I'm a joke. They think God doesn't exist. They think, and the, you know, and people who believe God exists, when they see me and hear me, they don't believe that I'm God. So even most people don't believe that I exist anyway, and then the people who do believe that God exists, they don't recognize me. They don't see me. They're like, who are you? You know, I'll take my hat off, right? Who am I? Oh, my hair's a bit short, is it? I don't look like the picture of Jesus, do I? Oh, so that must be why I'm not Jesus, or, you know, some other daft reason. Or, you know, the fact that I'm a smoker who should probably quit smoking. I'd like to quit smoking. Yeah, I'd like to get in shape. I'd like to be healthy. I'd like to do a lot of things. Right? I'd like to do a lot of things with my life. Yeah. Anyway, it's a very hard thing to convince people of who I am. It's very difficult. I think people, they spy on me and they see what I'm doing. They think, I think a lot of people think I'm a witch. Yeah. I think a lot of people, they see me as a witch. They see me as a magician man. But that's it. They don't see me as God. They don't see me as Jesus. They would prefer just to believe that I'm a witch. Because, well, that's the thing, you know? Those people are sinners. Those people are sinners, and they would rather believe that. The fact is what I've been doing, I've been doing it for quite a long time now. And 4 years I've been working on my. It's almost 5 years I've been working on my Facebook profile. See, when I used to have a Facebook profile many years ago. I when I got surrounded by spirits in 2019, early 2019, I got spooked. I got very scared of what was happening. And I deleted my Facebook account in 2019. And that's when I left Brighton. I moved over to the Bristol area, Weston-super-Mare. I was sort of between Weston-super-Mare and Fayland. Which is near Bristol. And I started working as a van driver. I did that for a year. I did a year total, and that was during the pandemic. I did that. I was a van driver. Got some exercise. And when my mum died of cancer, my biological mum, she's dead. She died in 2021. And since she died, I stopped working. So I quit my job about a week, or was it 2 weeks after she died. And then I've been at home pretty much ever since. I haven't really gone anywhere. I haven't been on holiday. I haven't really taken any long trips or anything like that. I've got money. I've got time to, I've had a lot of time to figure things out, what's really happening. I started my Facebook profile in my new one. I started it in the 6th of January 2022. And I've been proclaiming, I've been saying who I am. I'm God. And I keep telling people, and people treat me like I'm a clown. People treat me like I'm an idiot. People treat me like I'm crazy. Or they're offended by me. I'm God. If you're offended by me, well, it's your funeral. What else do you want me to tell you? I try to explain as best as I can, I try to explain why things are the way that they are. I expect you to recognize the truth, accept it, and love me. But for the vast majority of human beings, that's not happening. I don't see it happening. The world has a sickness. The average human being has a lust for power. The worshipping of idols, the worshipping of self, the worshipping of anything except God, me. That's the problem. Robert Breaker, if you look at all the things I've posted on Facebook in the last week, you'll see that Robert Breaker, he has his church, his online church. He was at the Cloud Church. But what is the cloud associated with? The sky. What is the sky associated with? Heaven. Right? Why am I a smoker? You know, what's a cloud? Cloud computing? Cigarettes? Vaping? Um, you know, what more do you want me to say? And this is the thing, you know, wait, you know, I'm explaining. So Robert Breaker, you know, it's obvious to me, you know, that's the thing. He worships. He's trying to set himself up as God, right? So he's already, you know, he constantly talks about the rapture. Oh, when are we going to be taken up into the clouds? And you know, we're going to meet Jesus. And you know, and what's this church called? The Cloud Church. So he's already in the cloud. You know, it's like he already, you know, he already got his cloud, he got his throne, he put it in the cloud, and he sat on his throne, and he's like, oh, when are we going to get raptured then? Oh, blah, 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 blah. You know? You know, what did Jesus do after his resurrection? You know, and then the video of, and then, you know, when I get to that video, the next video that pops up on YouTube is about Robert Breaker and his wife, Laura Breaker, their testimony of Jesus Christ. You notice the name Jesus Christ gets, you know, it gets put right at the end of that sentence. You know, you know, the Robert Breaker and Laura Breaker testimony of Jesus Christ. It's like, no, I'm the testimony of Jesus. I'm God. This is the test. I'm God speaking for myself right here. I'm talking to you right now. But, you know, people want to make videos and stir the pot. You know, they want to try to camouflage themselves, trying to pretend they're something they're not. And that's the thing, I expose them. That's what I do. I expose them for what they're doing. And that's why people are getting crazier and crazier, because they're desperately trying to cling on to my energy, and I'm just knocking them off one by one, again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Every single day, I'm doing it. You know, one video after another, till eventually, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because they all want to talk rubbish. They all want to talk about. They want to lie, and talk all kinds of rubbish, right? And they end up exposing themselves. That's the thing. They expose themselves. Well, they don't expose. I expose them through their lying, because it's my power that they want. I'm too powerful. You know, they can't. You know, when I post their videos, you know, it looks like you know, it's a crazy clown show, is what it looks like. You know, Robert Breaker, you know, he wants to talk about the blood of Jesus, the blood, the blood, the blood, the blood of Jesus. You know, Jesus shed his blood. Well, that's the thing, right? The guy, there was a guy I used to be friends with. His name was Patrick. Patrick, right? He used to be Paul. Yeah? You know, Robert Breaker will tell you about how, you know, there are different dispensations, right? And he believes that Christians, the Gentiles, are under the dispensation of Paul's ministry, blah, blah, blah. You know, he likes to say that the New Testament began when Jesus Christ died on the cross. Um, that's the kind of, he likes to stir the pot. That's what he's doing. He's stirring the pot. To some people, he might appear to be a good guy, but that's the thing. But there are lots of men who preach, who hold a Bible in their hands, who are evil people. There are a lot of them. A lot of people seems to don't. There are people who don't seem to like his teachings of the blood, because he likes to really fixate on the blood of Jesus. Yeah. Well, and the thing is Patrick. Well, he has a lot of lookalikes. Christian Bruckner, for one. Yeah, that guy. The guy who got out of prison. The guy who was accused of the murder and abduction of Madeleine McCann. Yeah, that's his lookalike. He looks like him. He also looks a bit like Nigel Farage. He looks like Norman Reedus. He looks like... Who else does he look like? Paul Oakenfold, who also got accused of sexual assault. Yeah. Patrick, he likes to have sex with a lot of women. He's a very perverted individual. Demons like him. Yeah, they do. And his best friend, by the way, his blood, guess what his name is? Bob. Robert. Yeah. Or at least that used to be the case when I knew him. When, 10 years ago. They're criminals. I knew them as criminals. Thieves. They stole from me. So, I've explained all these things before. I've told the story. I've told many stories. I've explained lots of things. I've got hundreds of videos. I've got many videos. We live in the age now where, people want to watch short videos. They want to watch YouTube shorts or TikTok videos and stuff like that. And I like to make videos that are an hour long, 2 hours long, 3 hours long, 4 hours long. Yeah, it's... I'm the kind of person who likes to watch long videos. I'm not into, people have, most people have the attention span of a freaking goldfish. It's interesting how the word God is in the word goldfish, isn't it? Yeah. You notice that? Godfish. Goldfish. What's the memory? I think they say that the memory span of a goldfish is about 5 seconds or something. Yeah, strange that, huh? And then you wonder why people have, ADHD. Yeah. How did that happen? How do people get attention deficit disorder? Do you think? Yeah. Well, I'm sure there are various explanations for that. It's always more complicated than you think. Well, yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's complicated. It's hard to explain these things, but I understand a lot. Trying to teach people though is a different story. You know, it's trying to teach people is very difficult. Anyway, um, can I do a reading for? Okay, so who do we want to talk about? The Fool in Reverse. The Fool in Reverse. So the Fool, he's taking a journey. He's almost about to walk off a cliff. He's a fool, right? The Fool in Reverse. So, okay. The Magician in Reverse. Four of Pentacles. Page of Wands in reverse. Page of Swords in reverse. Four of Cups. Well, see, a lot of people spy on me. A lot of people, I get the impression, well, that's the thing, people spy on me in various ways. Whether it's watching my videos or spying on my Facebook account, which is, I think a lot of people do. People like to watch me from a distance. And see, the Fool in reverse, well, people do anal sex magic. Okay? Sodomy. What happened to Sodom and Gomorrah? Why do people think it's okay to do things they were told not to do? Why are people doing it? The Magician in reverse, yeah? See, when you see reverse in tarot, most often it's talking about the butthole. It's sex. So this is anal sex magic. Four of Pentacles. These people. People want to hold on. People want power. They want money. They want status. They want to hold on to their stuff. Yeah. Page of Wands in reverse. Okay, so Page of Wands in reverse. Page of Swords in reverse. So, and then you got the Four of Cups. These are, you see the guy. He's sitting under a tree. He's grumpy. You know, he wants to be, you know, it's self-serving disinterest. It's like, I just want to focus on myself. I, you know, I'm God, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you, right? I'm trying to have a conversation with people, and this is what they're like. Yeah, they're like, leave me alone. Or, I've got what I want in my life. You know, I got my house, got my car, got my girlfriends. You know, I'm having my orgies or whatever it is, right? Worshipping idols, blah 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 blah. And they're like this, and I'm God. I'm trying to offer a cup. I'm like, hey, I'm God. I'm here. Will you please listen to me? I'm here. You know, and you know, look at the guy. You know, he's like, leave me alone. That's the problem. And I'm trying my best. People don't want to acknowledge me. You know, if you're spying on me and you're just gonna, and you think you're just gonna sit there and criticize me, and tell me I'm a bad guy, I'm a witch, I'm some loser who, you know, who's got nothing better to do, or something like that. Look, I'm basically a millionaire at this point. Okay, I don't have to be here. I don't have to be here. I could get on an airplane tonight or tomorrow if I wanted to. Go straight to the Maldives. Could stay there for a couple of months if I wanted to. No problem. And I could make videos from there and tell you I fucking think you're a cunt. Go fuck yourself. You know, whatever, right? I can do that. Yeah. I mean, but I don't do that. I sit here every day, 7 days a week, basically, trying to fix the problem. And what's really annoying to me is that people aren't taking me seriously enough. People are really wanting to draw this out, you know, as long as possible. You know, maybe give it another 20 years before you finally come and say, oh God, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to waste all of your time, for instance. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like people wasting my time. I don't, you know, I would really appreciate it. If you do acknowledge, you know, if you believe that I'm God, or maybe let's say you're 60% or 70% certain of the fact that maybe I am God, right? You know, I'd really appreciate hearing something. I'd really appreciate some recognition, because I don't get any from people. I do from spirit. Oh yeah, I know who I am. It was hard for me to accept who I am. It really was. What happened to me years ago, I got attacked by demons, and I got freaked out. You know, I didn't know what to do. And I felt like I was being attacked constantly by the world, by people. I felt like the entire world had ganged up on me. And, you know, I couldn't even watch a YouTube video without feeling threatened. You know, constantly having demons talk to me. Every video I click on, it's one demon after another, basically. Evil spirits, evil devils. trying to have, trying to talk shit to me all day long. And I eventually figured out why all this had happened to me, why all these things were happening to me. It's because I'm good. For instance, there's the issue where I park my car. There's someone who wants to park opposite my driveway. I've tried to get people to stop parking there. It's partially obstructing access to my driveway. It's rude, and apart from that, it's magic. It's a magic battle what they're doing. Whoever's doing that, I would really recommend you don't do it, because if you keep doing it, well, the thing is, there are huge consequences for doing that. Because, I'm looking at a video title on my YouTube homepage, right? I was looking at it just before I started recording this video. It says something like, what was the video title? It was like, karma is right around the corner. Well, that's the thing, right? I go out my house, I go round the corner to where my car is. Yeah, it's parked in a shared car park at the end of the car park. Right around the fucking corner, yeah? Karma. What's all this about? What is this all about? That's coming from a channel, from a transgender person. A guy who's transsexual or something, right? I think, yeah. And his channel's Sunny Divinity 007. Well, do you know what the 7th card is in tarot? No, it's on this box here. Look, I'll show you. That's the 7th card, the Chariot. Yeah, the Chariot, number 7. You know how people talk about the number 7 in the Bible, the book of Revelation, the 7 trumpets, the 7 seals, the 7 vials, the 7 bowls of wrath, the 7 angels. There's 7, the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. What does a car have? It has a horn, doesn't it? That's right, it has a horn, doesn't it? Beep, beep. Yeah? See, the Chariot is associated with moving forward, right? The Chariot is associated with the bed, is associated with sex. See, in magic, in the tarot deck, that's what it means. When you see the Chariot card, what it really means is either talking about a car or it's talking about the bed where people are sleeping or having sex. Alright? That's what it is. So when people are obstructing my car, what you're doing is you're having a war with God. Me. And so, you might be feeling, whoever's doing that might be feeling fucking great about what they're doing. But when the rug's pulled from underneath their feet, it will be really fucking bad. So, I've warned you. Again. I've got a neighbour. See that wall back there? She lives on the other side of the wall, right, with her family. There's a woman there called Sam Smith. Now, you know what's really interesting? There's that singer called Sam Smith. Yeah? He has a song called Unholy. If you've watched the music video for that, you'll notice there's a red Jaguar in the video. That's the thing, I drive a Jaguar. Right? So you got all this weird sex magic people are trying to do with the Chariot, the Jaguar. A Jaguar is a cat, it's a big cat, right? A cat is called a pussy, right? A Jaguar is a South American pussy. And I got other neighbors who want to try to obstruct my pussy. You understand? They're trying to obstruct my pussy. My car. My Jaguar. Yeah. It's going to end very badly. It's going to end very badly. The fact is that, what expectation do I have? Do I expect that person to hear what I'm saying or try to take a hint? No, I don't. I really don't, actually. I expect them to be standoffish, rude, that type of thing. And that's what I expect them to do. That's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, I'm God. I expect you to stop sinning. I expect you to repent. I don't expect you to argue with me, although that's what you want to do, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what people want to do to me, right? They want to argue with me. It's not. I expect that, but I'm God. I don't want. You want to fight me? You want to have an argument with me? You want to try to mix. You want to try to pretend, that's what oh yeah, God expects us to fight him. Oh yeah, that's right, that's what he expects of us. That's what he wants us to do. Yeah, if you can't figure out what it is that I'm saying here, yeah, people want to try to confuse. They want to try to say, but that's what God really... No. I'm telling people, back off. I'm telling people, stay the fuck away from me. Don't obstruct my driveway in any kind of way. If I think you're being rude, disrespectful, well, you're going to pay a price for that. You're going to have to pay. That's a sin. You disrespect God, that's sinful. You've offended me. You will pay for that. It's not the price of a bag of sweets at the local shop, right? That's not what we're talking about here, you stupid fuck. When you see people drop like flies, yeah, people get ill, people die, all that kind of stuff. Well, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Because I have to defend myself. I'm God. You crossed the boundary with me, right? You stepped over the line with me. And that's why bad things will happen to you. It's that simple. I'm tired of explaining the same things again and again. That's why I haven't been making videos. That's why I don't record videos very often. It seems to me rather pointless. Yeah. I know what people are doing. I see what people are doing. I see man is constantly being evil. That's what I see. How would I like things to go? Well, I'd like things to improve. The thing is, most people have lost, right? Most people have most people are in a lot of trouble, I would say. You know, maybe people are scared. Maybe people are. Well, that's the thing. People are going to have to pay. They're going to have to accept that they've been wrong. They're going to have to accept that what they've done is bad and sinful. But there are people, they don't. This is the thing. How do I stop people? How do I stop people? How do I get someone to snap out of it and say, look, get a person to recognize that they're a sinner, that they're doing evil things, that I'm offended by them, I'm unhappy with them, I feel disrespected, and I want people to stop. But I think for a lot of people, they've gone so far with it that they don't ever want to stop. Most people, they don't want to change. They don't want to stop. They just want to keep going. I mean, this is the thing. How bad do people want it to get? It could be extremely bad, or maybe very bad, or a bit bad, or, it's a sliding scale. If you don't ever change, then you won't see any improvements whatsoever. Okay? I mean, It's like, if someone went into the woods, right? For instance, right? You went on a trek in the woods, in the wilderness, right? And you were trying to get to a destination, and then you walk like 20 miles or something like that, and you're not sure if you've actually gone in the right direction or not, but you just keep going in the wrong direction. You're just like, nope, just keep walking in the wrong direction. Just keep going in the wrong direction. Just keep going and 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 going. Well, this is the thing, right? If you've walked 1,000 miles or a million miles in the wrong direction, then you eventually, you know, when you realise you've walked a million miles in the wrong direction, well, what options are you left with? You understand? What options are you left with? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you might be, a very long distance away from me. But if you turn around now and start making your way back in the right direction, you might actually get somewhere. Perhaps. So, but the thing is, I'm trying to convince people of this, and it doesn't seem to really get anywhere. But hey, whatever. The fact is that I don't need people to follow me. I don't need people to listen to me. I don't need people to acknowledge who I am. I like people to acknowledge who I am. It's a good thing, but I don't need it. I don't. Let's put it another way. You need it. You need it. You need to acknowledge me. That's the thing, right? People are. It's your requirement that you acknowledge me. I don't require for you to acknowledge me. You are required. It's you have to do it. You need it for yourself. Because if you can't do that for yourself, acknowledge who I am, it's your problem. Yeah, it's very it's very simple like that. It really is, because at the end of the day, I'm the source of all power. I'm God, and if you don't acknowledge who I am, then you're already in a battle with me. That's the thing, right? You're already in a battle, because until you can acknowledge who I am, that's where you stand. You're standing in a battle against me. So, for your own sake, acknowledge who I am. And if you get to that point, if you could actually, you could make yourself known, right? Make yourself known to me. Maybe, maybe you won't want to send me a message or whatever. Perhaps, I don't know, however seems the most appropriate way. Perhaps. Um, But like I said, if there aren't any, if people don't acknowledge me, it doesn't stop me being me. I'm still God, whether anyone believes it or not. It doesn't change that. I'm simply stating a fact here. I'm God. You know, I might not look very good. I might, you know, I mean, like all that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, I've done my best trying to explain who I am, to show who I am. I've tried my best to convince you of who I am. You know, disrespecting me and arguing with me isn't going to get you very far. You know, when you do that, all you're doing is impressing a bunch of demons and patting yourself on the back. You know, that's your funeral. Okay? That's your funeral. You know, for instance, you know, young people, young, if you're a young man, yeah, let's say you're 18, 19, 20, or 25, or whatever, right? Just as an example. You know, you've done things wrong, you didn't believe in God, you didn't do things right, but you have an opportunity to change. You have an opportunity to turn around, walk in the right direction. Yeah, walk in the direction you should be going, towards me. Basically, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's an opportunity to salvage what's left. You know what? To salvage. You know, to try to put things right. But there's a lot of people in this world. And there are a lot of people who are very, very sick, who have some very, very serious issues. Do you think I want them coming towards me? Not really. But I hope for some people, they change. I really do. You know, I didn't come here wanting to hate everybody. I didn't come here wanting to destroy every single human being on planet Earth. You know, that's not how I wanted it. my advice is, don't kid yourself. Yeah, just but try to do what's right. Okay. I'm unhappy. I have every right to be unhappy. I have every right to be unhappy about how the world has treated me, and I expect to have justice. Life is short. Life is not as long as the human body. Yeah. How long do you live for? 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, maybe, if you're lucky. The older you get, for me, the last 10 years of my life have been very. They've just, you know, time seems a lot shorter than it used to be. I'll say that. When I was young, time seemed like it went on forever. I felt like, like getting old was a very distant thing. And then when you actually get old, you're like, uh-oh. It creeps up on you and you don't see it coming. And then you start wondering about how much time you got left. You don't. Life is. People. That's the thing. People want to party. They want to have friends. They want to have sex. They want to have all that stuff. Money, fame, fortune. It doesn't last. It doesn't last. Do you understand? It does not last. It all falls apart. Eventually. I live forever. So, you can't beat that. You understand? You cannot beat that. And you can only get eternal life through Jesus Christ. Okay? Through me. Eternal. What's the name? That guy, Charlie Kirk. What's his Turning Point USA? Yeah. Eternal. Well, that's the thing, right? The car, the chariot. Yeah. You turn it. You're right. You get in the car. You turn the wheels, or you know. It's all magic. Word magic. Yeah. Blah blah blah. So, the thing is, the world, it's, like I said, it's, it has a sickness. There's this evil spirit of the world, and like I said, it's involved with very evil things. But that spirit, it has the spirit of jealousy, envy. The world envies me. That's the thing. That's why I've been attacked by the world. That's why the world is constantly trying to cast spells and trying to put roadblocks in my way all the time. That's what the world wants to do. It wants to get in my way. The world wants to irritate me for the hell of it, because it hates me. But that's all it really amounts to. The world wants to have a temper tantrum. It wants to throw a hissy fit, right? Basically, the world wants to have an argument with me because it's not getting what it wants. It would rather have what I have, what is mine, what belongs to me. I mean, the world is sick. You know what I mean? People want to be thieves. Imagine someone stole from you, right? Imagine someone stole all your money from you, and then they turn around and say, "Oh, you're just jealous of me because I've got more than you." Trying to rub the salt in the wounds, trying to suck every last drop of blood out of you. Yeah, that's what the world's like. That is the world. I mean, look at King Charles. He's, guy wants to sit in his ivory tower. He thinks he can run from me. He thinks he can turn his back to me. He's a very evil man, involved with very evil things. He likes to think he's above the law. He ain't. He's not. It's the same with Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. Yeah, they're not above me. I will take them down, one by one. Would you prefer to acknowledge me before that happens, or would you prefer to acknowledge me after that happens? Ask yourself that question. What would you prefer? What do you think would be better for you? Yeah. What do you think is the best course of action? I mean, it's hilarious, people, I don't even know their names. People, do you know what I mean? People think they can, people who think they can disrespect me and talk shit about me, and I don't even know who they are. I don't know who they are, don't know what their names are. Small fry, small fish, whatever, right? You get the point. And it's like, I've got way bigger things to deal with than you. Way bigger things. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, I've got to take down King Charles. We'll get rid of King Charles, William, Harry, Meghan Markle, Rihanna, a whole bunch of celebrities, the Prime Minister, Donald Trump. These are the kind of people that I want to get rid of. These are the people I want to cut them down. That's the thing. I want to get rid of them. And people who are basically like, what are you? Do you know what I mean? Like, you think you're going to get in my way? You think I'm that concerned about you, do you? You want to feel like you're important. Well, that's the thing, the demons will make you feel like you're important. They'll make you feel like you're on the winning team. You can stand next to King Charles and Donald Trump, and you can be in their league, can you? Yeah. On the side of kitty fiddlers and child murderers. Yeah, you want to be on their side, do you? Well, if that's what you want to do, that's what you're going to do. If that's what you want to do, well, I don't need you and I don't want you. Obviously. I mean, why would I? I mean, if you can't recognize what the world is like, look at celebrities, look at how corrupt everything is, look at all the witchcraft people do. What is it they're trying to hide? What is it they're really doing behind closed doors? Look at all these cover-ups and scandals. Prince Andrew, King Charles, the Catholic Church. Look at all these corrupt people, sick, evil people. Why is it people get away with things? Why is it that people keep doing things? Why haven't problems been resolved? Why do we keep seeing the same problems again and again and again? What is it that the devils want? You're either on the side of good or the side of evil, right? So you're either with me or you're not. If you're not with me, you're lost. You're gone. You're finished. Right? You will be dealt with. Yes, it's interesting, all these witches, they like to do, all this spell work and candle magic and, making things like puppets and, playing around with all kinds of objects and the burning of, sage and Palo Santo and all this crap. You know, I can't even remember the last time I lit a candle. You know, I don't do that. I don't need to. Really. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I smoke. But yeah, you know, all the kind of, you know, traditional witchcraft shop shit. Yeah, I don't really play around with that stuff really. Like, you know what I mean? I don't need to. That's the thing, right? I don't need to. The thing is that I am the word. That's where all my magic takes place. The word, basically. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, that would seem to be the case. Anyway, blardy blardy blur. This has been a real long video. Tell you what, do one more reading here. Okay? And then I'll go. Okay? So let me give this a good shuffle. Okay. Anything I'd like to say? Anything that I should talk about before I go? Okay, I've got 2 cards here. The Hierophant is an interesting card. Not my favourite card. Now, why would I say that? Well, it's witchcraft. I mean, you know, this is what witchcraft really is. I'm God. So, in the tarot deck, the Hierophant, you know, this is I guess you would call it the religious card. Okay, but obviously the Hierophant is a name that comes from the cult of Demeter. Do you know what the cult of Demeter is? And then we got the 4 swords in reverse. So obviously, you know, there's a guy lying down in what looks like a church. You can see there's a stained glass window there, right? I'm not even sure, is that... Yeah. You know, this card normally talks about rest. You know, resting. You know, it could be done. It usually talks about, you know, stress and having a rest from, you know, you've had a stressful situation maybe, and you've gone, you know, you decided, oh, I need a break, I need some time out, I need a rest. Well, that's in reverse. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Like I said, I've been trying to fix the problems. You know, I work on it pretty much 7 days a week. I can't remember the last day I had a day off. If I showed you what my house looks like, there's huge piles of trash. Huge piles of trash. I mean, like 5 foot tall piles of trash. I've got in my kitchen. I mean, it's almost looking like 6 foot tall now. That's a lot of garbage I've got to clear. And I've got a mountain of garbage next to where I sit. It's about 3 foot, 4 foot, yeah, it's about 3 foot tall. It's like a volcano of garbage. That's how I live. That's how I've been living. Because I work on what I do what I do most of the day. You know, for 16, 17, 18 hours in a day, I'm posting on Facebook, watching YouTube videos. Anyways, you know, there's the Hierophant, and there's the Four Swords in reverse. Yeah. And then we got the World in reverse. So the World in reverse. Well, the World card, you know, it usually talks about the end of a cycle, or, you know, this is a really weird card, isn't it? It's called the World. Well, there's a woman in some sort of ring object. You know, is that symbolic of a butthole, perhaps? Yeah, I think it is. You know, there's a woman. Yeah, I mean, you know what feces are. You know, the female and feces. Yeah, feces. Then you got, you know, there's the 4 living creatures there. Yeah, what are the 4 living creatures associated with? Well, if you haven't read the Book of Revelation, I suggest you do. So that's in reverse. Okay, so okay, and then we got the 2 of Swords in reverse. So that's, oh no, sorry, the 2 of Swords upright. You know, she's wearing a blindfold. She's got her arms in an X shape. You know, the 2 of Swords people are the problem in this world. Okay, these are people who like to obstruct. You know, these people like to cause blockages. And then you got the 5 of Pentacles. So, you know, here's these people. You could say they're outcasts. You know, they look like they're homeless. They haven't got any money. Left out in the cold. That sort of thing. And then we got the Emperor. Yeah, so, you know, he's supposed to be the authority figure kind of guy. Knight of Wands. And then we got the Star. And then we got Temperance. And then we got the 3 of Pentacles. And the King of Swords in reverse. Okay. And then we got the Page of Swords in reverse. And then we got the Chariot in reverse. Yeah. Okay. And then we got the 9 of Wands. So, and then we got the 4 of Wands on the bottom, which is basically, you know, community. Yeah. So what's the saying then? Okay. So we got the Hierophant. Okay. So that could be talking about God, me. Perhaps. Okay. And then we got the Four Swords in reverse. So this is the thing, right? The guy's lying down, right? Not lying down or not lying. When I say I'm God and I'm not lying, maybe that's what it's trying to say. We've got the world in reverse. So, this is the world in reverse is. Well, this is the thing. I'm God. I've explained this before. So, the world. See the world, planet Earth. Yeah, you know what Earth is. You know what Earth is. Soil, right? It's another way of saying soil can mean poo, right? And this is the thing. The universe, when it was created, okay, you see, it's connected with my soil. It's my. The universe is connected to my backside, my butt. Okay. So the world in reverse. I mean, I could interpret this in different ways, right? I mean, you see, there's a ring. You see, it says the world, right? So if I show it to you again, look, the world. You see, there's the four living creatures. Okay, they're in like the throne room of God, right? And the ring is talking about my butthole. Because that's the magic. That's the magic. That's how the magic works. You see, the universe is connected to my butt. It's what I sit on. That's a magic thing. Okay, and then we got the Two of Swords. Okay, so the Two of Swords. Now this is because that's the thing, right? Because the poo is called number 2, right? And swords is to do with thoughts and communications. And this card is talking about blockages and stalemate. The people who want to get in my way and people who obstruct. There are Two of Swords. And then there's the Five of Pentacles, people left out in the cold, financial hardship. The Emperor. So, the Emperor, and then the Knight of Wands, the Star. Okay, so that's the thing, right? So, I have my Facebook page. I know people spy on me, right? I know people like to spy on me from a distance, okay? They like to set up fake profiles, and they like to type my name into Facebook and click on my Facebook profile and say, oh, what's he posted today? Kind of thing, right? That's what people do. They don't send me any friend requests. They don't send me messages saying, oh, hello, hi there, God. They don't say, I don't get anything like that. Nope. All I do is get people spy on me, okay? People like to spy on me and gossip about me. So, this is the thing, right? I'm God. I'm not lying. The world has its back turned to me. I mean, that's the thing. That's why it is the way it is, right? Because, Adam and Eve, right? They turned their back to me, God. There was 2 of them, right? There was 2 of them, right? And number 2 is a poo, right? So Adam and Eve, the 2 of them, they turned their back to me. Well, guess what? The world, the universe is my butthole. Because they turned their back to me, okay? That's the magic. That's how magic works. Two of Swords, obstructors, right? There's this leaving out in the cold of the authority figure, me, God, right? I'm God, and Adam and Eve were like, oh, but we want to be God as well. We want to be God instead of God. You know, they left me out in the cold, right? They wanted to usurp me, yeah? Usurp me. You know that word, usurp, yeah? Serpent, usurp, yeah? And then so you got the Emperor, you know, I'm God. I'm the authority figure. Knight of Wands, well, you know, that's what my Facebook page is, right? I'm Knight of Wands, right? I'm moving forward. I'm participating in doing magic. I guess you could call it magic, right? It's my power. I mean, think of the word magic. You know, when Jesus was born, you know, there was the three. They were called the three wise kings, or the Magi, the Magi. You know, M-A-G-I, the Magi. Well, that's the thing, right? You know, there was Mary, the Virgin Mary. She gave birth to Jesus, right? So Ma means mother, and Guy means guy. So Magi, right? And there were three Magi, right? Well, the third letter of the alphabet is the letter C, right? So Magi C, magic, yeah. So Knight of Wands, the star. So that's the thing, right? My Facebook profile, you know, what I do on a daily basis is I am reclaiming. See, the world is full of evil people trying to steal my power, and I'm like, nope, I'm pulling it back to me. I'm like, nope, you're not taking that from me, that's mine. So this is what it says here, right? This is what it is, right? I'm the one who's been left out in the cold. God, the authority figure, right? And I'm on Facebook. I'm doing all my work all day long. Yeah. Trying to, you know, I'm trying to say, you know, I'm the light of the world. I'm God, right? When I'm in the world, I am the light of the world. Yeah. You know what the sun is? Yeah. So, oh, I had some more cards here. And then we got the Temperance. Well, this is the thing. Here's Archangel Michael. Yeah, Temperance. You know, this is about alchemy. You can see, you know, he's pouring water from one cup into another cup. And this is, you know, this is what the world is always trying to do to me, right? It's always trying to take my water and trying to pour it into somebody else's cup and say, oh no, but that's their water. That's not God's water, that's somebody else's. In fact, my ex-girlfriend called Ania Bilak, she was a Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is connected with this card. This is called the Sagittarius card, Temperance card. I mean, that's a complete, you know, that's it. All that is total theft. You know, that's basically what tarot and astrology is all about. It's all about stealing what belongs to God. It's all about trying to cut a pizza into slices and say, you know, if I have a pizza, right, what the world wants to do is cut my pizza into a million slices and then divvy it out to everyone else and then leave me with a little slither of pizza, basically, and say, oh, but that's all you deserve, God. But anyway, you know, this is the alchemy card, right? So I'm on Facebook. I'm showing how the videos and how people talk and how people behave is totally crazy. It's like a crazy clown show, and it's because, you know, this is the thing. How do I get those videos? Well, that's the thing. It's the algorithm that. So, you know, on YouTube, if I go on YouTube, there's the home page. You know, it says YouTube Home, right? And so, you know, this is the thing, right? Because it's a magic trick. You see, those people, they want to think that they're in my house. They're not in my house. They're not me. But their videos pop up on my YouTube homepage. And then, you know, when I click on someone's video, you know, on the right-hand side of, you know, there'll be a load of videos on the right-hand side or underneath the video, and they're all sort of they're there because of what you would call the algorithm, but people don't realize that they're evil spirits and spirits that cause a lot of magic and spirits cause those videos to appear, because spirits know how to work with the algorithm. And the thing is, it's my power, you see, because if I'm breaking curses, if I'm breaking people's spell work, then what happens is YouTube chucks another bunch of spell work my way, right? And it's like, okay, next, right? Because it just keeps constantly chucking spell work at me through the algorithm, what you would call the algorithm, but you don't understand that evil spirits try to use that algorithm to their advantage. There's spirits that are playing this game as well. Okay, so this is how it works, right? I'm trying to explain to you. So then there's the star, there's the temperance, or the alchemy, and then we've got the Three of Pentacles. So this is Three of Pentacles, and then it's the King of Swords in reverse, and the Page of Swords in reverse, the Chariot in reverse, and the Nine of Wands. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's talking about. What's that talking about? Let me have a quick think. So this is the thing, right? Because I got my Facebook page, and I'm telling you, I haven't got any followers. I don't have anyone who's, like, congratulating me, or, I don't have, as far as I can't see that I have any fans at all, right? I don't, I just have people who like to spy and criticize and, that type of thing. So this is the thing, that the Three of Pentacles, well, this is the thing, right? People who are attending my Facebook page or whatever, right? They come to have a look, right? They all gather, and they're like, oh, what's all this about? Yeah, and then you got the King of Swords in reverse. Now, like I said about my car, because look, you got the Chariot in reverse here as well, and someone keeps parking behind my car, right? They're the Chariot in reverse. This is magic. This is witchcraft that someone's doing. I said, don't obstruct my driveway, right? I don't want these people. I want people to stop doing that. So the King of Swords in reverse. I mean, this is right. So King of Swords in upright. He's the he knows his stuff, right? Jesus Christ, the King of Swords, right? He's got a very, he is the king of, the knowledge and the communication. But you flip that in reverse. Well, this is the thing, right? Because I am the King of Swords, but I've had sex before, right? So I got with a woman, and I got in reverse. Yeah? And she's an evil witch. So she wants to pretend, and this is the thing, right? It says here, King of Swords in reverse, Page of Swords in reverse. Well, that's the thing, right? A King of Swords in reverse is an idiot. And a Page of Swords in reverse is, well, a Page of Swords is an idiot, basically. I mean, that's one interpretation of the card, because he's basic at logic and communication, because that's what the sword represents. So he's in reverse. And you see, because of all the anal sex magic and sex magic stuff, right? It's confused everything. That's why it's sinful to be doing that, right? That's why people are so obsessed with it, because of the power that they gain through it. So look, there's the Three of Pentacles. It says here, there's a King of Swords in reverse. So this is someone who is in reverse. I mean, a car reverses, doesn't it? Or I mean, this is the thing, right? This is how there's a lot of trickery and deception here. The King of Swords in reverse could mean a total dumbass, or it could mean the King of Swords is maybe he's been having some sex in reverse, right? And then you got the Page of Swords in reverse. This is clarified by the Page of Swords in reverse. This is a dumbass who's in reverse. The Chariot in reverse, right? Doing sex magic and parking their car where they shouldn't fucking park it. And then there's the Nine of Wands, just carrying on. He's got a bit of a sore head. And he's like, Nine of Wands, just keep going. Just keep going. And then you got this Queen of Cups. Yeah, the Queen of Cups, I mean, she's a water sign. Well, potentially this is talking about a woman who's a water sign, Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. She's got that cup of water, that could be like an enema bag or something like that. Or maybe she's a nice person. Who knows? Who knows? And then we got the Six of Pentacles in reverse. So there's this, giving and receiving in reverse. So this is, sharing or giving and receiving, and there's something to do with in reverse. It could be someone who's stingy, or it could be someone who likes to share their backside or something like that, or gets around a bit, or sharing in reverse. Six of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. And then we got Four of Pentacles. So there's this, being possessive, holding on to. So like I said, there's the Queen of Cups, there's the Six of Pentacles in reverse. I mean, that's someone giving money out, right? They're like, they're giving money to like the poor beggars and stuff, right? And then that's in reverse. And then there's the Four of Pentacles. This is someone who's holding on to their money. So, I mean, that's the thing, right? The people who park opposite, they park in front of my driveway. Why do they do it? What kind of people are they? Well, they are disrespectful, rude, and, they're kind of the people like, you would think like the kind of people who like to, people who like to they like to jump in the queue or jump to the front of the queue, or, the kind of people who don't, they like to eat shortcuts. They like to, cheat their way through something. Don't really have any no morals or anything like that. I mean, this is I mean, that's the impression. The impression I get is, well, I haven't spoken to the people really who keep parking where they park. They know I don't like it. They know that. They should be fully aware of that. But these are people who are standoffish. I mean, there's that story of the guy who was in Somerset. I think he was like a ex-army guy or ex-marine or something like that, and he had an argument with his neighbours, and he ended up murdering them, and he went to prison for it. Very standoffish, very lots of swearing, threatening behaviour, that kind of stuff. Well, that's the kind of people I'm talking about. The kind of people who, you try to be reasonable with them. They'll be like, oh, but you're a cunt, I don't like you. And that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've got bigger things to worry. And the fact is, you know what I mean? Like, if I wanted to reclaim that bit of parking, where that person keeps parking, shit, I could buy another car. Do you know what I mean? I could get another car next week and fucking park it there. Just some piece of shit banger and put it there and just say, no, you're not going to park there anymore, you cunt. I'll park my other car there. And I'll just leave it there. Yeah. It'll stop you doing your magic, right? It'll stop you doing witchcraft against me. Plain and simple, right? I will block you from doing that. I could do that. There are plenty of options available to me. But anyway, let me get some more cards here. And then we got the Hanged Man in reverse. Yeah, so Four of Pentacles, the Hanged Man in reverse. Yeah. Well, who was the Hanged Man? Yeah. I mean, see, you know what I mean? That's the thing. What does it mean to hang out with somebody? I mean, this is the thing, right? This is the witchcraft that's taking place in this world. Okay? Here's a very powerful example of it. The Hanged Man. Now, who are we talking about? Are we talking about Jesus Christ? Or are we just talking about anyone who hang out with a man? You see, people who, let's say, you're a man or you're a woman and you go hang out with a man, or you're hanging out with people, and by some crazy mental gymnastics, you manage to convince yourself that you're Jesus Christ. Well, what kind of bill do you think you're going to get at the end of this? What do you think, what's the price going to be for you to pay? If you're wandering around with demons telling you that you're Jesus Christ because you like to socialize with people, like what's the bill going to be at the end of that, do you think? I was Jesus Christ. I'm God, right? The Hanged Man in reverse. There's this chariot in reverse. There's this car in reverse. There's this car. There's this. It's trying to create a magic blockage. That's what it is. And then we got the Eight of Swords. So, this is talking about, feeling trapped. Bondage, entrapment, feeling trapped. And then we got the Nine of Cups. So, he's a guy, he's happy by himself. And then there's the King of Wands. And then we got the Seven of Wands, so making a stand. Alright, so, he sees he's standing up against all these other sticks, right? There's all there's 6 wands, and they seem to be fighting with this guy with his stick, with his wand. Who's that talking about? And then there's the Empress in reverse. So it's a woman who's back there. Yeah, the last car I saw there had an L plate on it. L. You know what L means in you know what L means in, like, is it what, Phoenician and Hebrew? Hebrew? Well, L, E-L, it means God. So, the woman with her L driver plates on, part in reverse, the chariot in reverse, the Empress in reverse. Yeah. Who's she trying to pretend she is, do you think? And then we got the High Priestess. Yeah, like, probably smokes weed, BJ, moon magic, that kind of shit, yeah. Ace of Cups. So Ace of Cups, could be an enema bag, or it could be, the outpouring of the Holy Spirit. I mean, look, you can see there's a dove there flying into the cup, right? You see that? I mean, what's it really talking about? Ace of Cups. Well, Ace of Cups normally means new feelings, new emotions. Or it could be sex magic. And then we got a Page of Cups, right? So a Page of Cups is, asshole. I mean, that's the normal word that comes to mind when I think of a Page of Cups. Someone who's an asshole. Or someone who is rude. Someone who is an unpleasant person. That's basically what the Page of Cups means. Because obviously, you have the Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Queen of Cups, and the King of Cups. Well, I'm Jesus, I'm God, right? So King of Cups that's my, that's me. It's who I was. It's who I am. It's who I was. Yeah. But a Page of Cups is someone who's not really in touch with they're not, this is someone you'd expect to be rude, disrespectful, nasty, inconsiderate. Yeah, that type of thing. And then there's the Nine of Swords in reverse. So, this is, someone who can't sleep at night, or, they're having nightmares. There's an unhappiness, right? But it's in reverse. So a Page of Cups in reverse, Nine of Swords in reverse. Six of Swords, moving on. So, this is, they're getting in that boat and they're going somewhere else, right? So, this is the thing, right? So I think so the Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups, and the Nine of Swords in reverse, well, this is the thing, right? So if you're listening to me and you are that driver, I think, what this is saying here is move on, right? If you don't want to have this, if you don't want to have this nightmare, this horrible, crappy situation, right? If you don't want it, then please move on. Okay? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Oh, right, give me a... Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because, cars keep parking there, and I did once leave a note on someone's car, and I said, can you please consider my mental health? It was something like that. I was like, could you consider my mental health, please? And I think they moved. I don't know who's there now. You know, but that's the thing, right? I can tell one person to move, and they move, and then the next person moves. You know what I mean? And then, you know, I don't know who's gonna listen and who's not gonna listen. You know, I might find one person might listen to me, but then someone who will park there who won't listen. You know, I can't keep battling with people over that kind of shit. You know, why should I be getting? Um, I mean, it's a problem. It is a problem, and it will be dealt with. I'm just saying that, like, don't do it. Don't do it because you're like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're putting yourself in the worst place imaginable. Like, seriously, you're putting yourself in. Do you know what I mean? It's like wandering into no man's land, right? You're wandering into a war zone. That's basically where you've decided to park in a war zone. Basically, it's not a good idea because demons want that to happen. They want to create magical blockages for me, right? And you know they want arguments. They want a battle with me, and you know I haven't really concerned myself with it for years now. I've sort of just put it aside and just thought, well, you know, I don't need to stress, you know, because years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, I used to get really stressed about. I was getting really mad about it, and then you know, I just sort of stopped. I just thought, you know what, I'm not gonna sit here every day and let my blood boil and be like, feel really horrible about it. I'm not gonna do it. I don't need to. So, I mean, that's the thing. You know, I could buy some crappy little car, shove it there, and then, you know, I think that would probably end. Um, you know what I mean? Like, I could do that, and you know, we'll see what happens next. If that's how we have to play this, um, perhaps. But I'm hoping, you know, I'd rather the person just realize that it's a mistake and move on. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because, you know, people always want to make blockages for me. That's been my experience my entire life, right? That's what people have been doing to me since the day I was born in this body. That's all I've ever known is people trying to obstruct me. And so, you know, if you're listening to me and you know you take this advice seriously and go away and park somewhere else, and don't do it again, that's good. I'd be happy with that. But the fact, I know, you know, that's the thing. There are millions of people who are trying to obstruct me all the time using all kinds of different methods, different types of magic spells. Okay? I mean, it's all I know. It's all I ever see from people. Um, you know, you're simply one person on my list of people to move out of the way. And my suggestion is, you know, you either, do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, the situation with the Just Stop Oil people, you know, like the protesters, you know, they want to like sit in the road and stuff like that and block all the traffic, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, what's gonna happen? You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's not a good situation, is it? Like, something's got to happen. You know, either someone gets, you know, either you move or you get moved. It's kind of that situation, and you know, if I say to you politely, please move. You know, you have an opportunity to move. Without having it get any worse. right? You don't want things to get to the point where, yeah. So, you know, I think I've explained that well enough. I mean, this is the thing, right? I'm not afraid of death. Really. I mean, I prefer not to die. I prefer not to go to prison either. I really wouldn't want to go to prison. I'll tell you that much. I mean, that's a lot of hassle, right? I mean, that's. I think that'd be a bit much for me at this point. You know, there's plenty of options available to me. You know, I could. There's all kinds of stuff I could do and try. I don't want to have to, you know, like, why can't people just be respectful? Why can't people just say, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't block your driveway, you know? Yeah, maybe you might argue, oh yeah, but you can still get in and out of there, even though it's a tight squeeze. It's like, yeah, but I paid for it, you know, I mean, this is a house, right? It's paid for. Yeah, there was, you know, there should be no tight squeeze situation. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing, right? I should be able to drive my car into my parking space comfortably without any faffing about every time I want to get in and out of my car. Yeah? Where, you know, if you're going to park in that spot, you park in a place where it's not a parking space. That is not a parking space. It's not a parking space. And if anyone's entitled to park there, it's me. Because I'm the one who would, you know, that's the thing. It affects me. Whoever parks there is, you know, I'm the one who's affected by it. Nobody else. You know, it's not an inconvenience for anybody else. It's only an inconvenience for me. So, I mean, that's the thing, right? Years ago, when my mum was still alive, family members, when they used to come visit, they would park there sometimes. And I think other people, what happened is they saw that and they were like, oh, but someone's parking there. Look at that. You can't park there. Oh, well, I'll park there then. It's like, yeah, but this is our, you know, that's the driveway. That's the bit that's in front of the driveway, in front of, you know, for this house where I live. Yeah? If I inconvenience myself, I'm the one inconveniencing myself. If someone else is inconveniencing me, that's the real problem. You understand? Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people, you know, they'll have a driveway in front of their house. They might park 2 or 3 cars on their driveway, right? You know, that's okay because you just move the car and then you move another car because you have the keys to both cars. Do you understand? But if, you know, if your neighbour decided to park on your driveway and say, oh yeah, but you parked 3 cars on your driveway, so why can't I park on your driveway as well? No, fuck off. You can't do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, have some sense. Shit. You know, I'm really bored of this problem. I'm really bored of it. So, yeah. My advice is please move on. Just park somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, it's a couple minutes walk at the most. Isn't it? It's not that far. I mean, I've had to park my car in other places sometimes. You know, it's not a major problem. You know what I mean? You might have to walk 60 seconds or something like that to get to another parking spot. I mean, what's the problem? fact is that, you know, even if you couldn't find a parking space somewhere else, it doesn't give you any excuse to obstruct my driveway. I mean, the fact is, I'm in a situation at the moment where the executor of my dead mom's will, right, my aunt Christine Neal, right, so she wants to get things finalized so this house can be put in my name. Yet the problem is that she's an evil witch doing witchcraft against me. Do you know what a ward is? A ward? You know what in magic, what a ward is? You know, like if you know, people put like a magic ward above their door, you know, try to keep away evil spirits and stuff like that. You know, stuff like that. You know, that's what a ward is. Or, you know, if you go to a hospital, like, you know, Jimmy Savile. Yeah, you know, you go into a hospital ward, you know, Jimmy Savile, you know what he used to do at hospitals? Yeah. Or was that guy, you know, was that really crazy, what was his name again? That guy got caught for necrophilia. He was like an engineer that worked at hospitals, and he'd been abusing dead bodies for years, for decades. So like I said about the world has a sickness, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. My aunt, yeah, that's her name. Her name is Auntie Christine Neal. Dr. Christine Neal. Oh, that's right, she was a doctor. She used to manage hospitals. She used to manage a hospital. And she was a lawyer as well. Yeah. What an interesting combination. So she finds herself a solicitor called Ward's Solicitors. And the envelope they sent it to me in. No, I've got it here. Look. See this? What does that say? This is the letter they sent it to me in. The envelope. It says Scott Law. Oh, that's right. I was born in Aberdeen. I'm Scottish. Oh, yeah. What's all this witchcraft then? Word magic. You know? War. There's a lot of war happening at the moment, isn't there? Yeah, you know, I just extended the warranty on my Jaguar. Yeah, my warranty. Yeah, the warranty has been extended on my car. Yeah. You notice all the crazy stuff that's happening with Jaguar. You know, they got hit by a cyber attack, and blah de blah de blah. Why is all this stuff happening? Yeah. Oh, I know why it's happening. I know. Do you know? See, the thing is that I'm God. I'm supposed to I get the glory. Okay? I get the glory. So there are a lot of people that look at me and think, wow, what a loser. You know, they don't see any glory. Or, you know, they like to, that's the thing. That's what the world does. It always wants to try to bring me down while trying to elevate itself. And, you know, at the end of the, you know, when, you know, it doesn't stop me from getting my glory. It doesn't stop me from being God, because that's where I get to. That's where I am getting to. Yeah. You know, people keep trying to obstruct and keep trying to get in the way. My best advice is don't get in the way of what I'm trying to do. Okay. Um, Because at the end of the day, I will defend myself. Okay. I won't. Um, I have to do what I have to do. I'm God. So I'll do what I have to do, and I'll do what I want to do. I'll do what I choose to do. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people they're envious of that. Why does God get to do what He wants to do? Hey, look, I'm God. I'm one person. I am the creator. Um, you know, I, I appreciate that everyone would like to be number one. Yeah, but that can't be how it is, right? Not everyone can be number one. I'm number one. Okay, and that's how it has to be. I mean, this is the thing, right? Imagine if God creates the universe, God creates man and earth, and gives man, blesses man with all kinds of stuff, forgives him for things that he doesn't deserve to be forgiven for, but forgives him anyway. Dies for him on a cross, shows love, you know, and all the stuff that's happened. So like, where are we now? Where are we now? Um, and then, you know, the world has a sickness. The world will. This is the thing. The world will do the most vile, disgusting, unthinkable things in order to acquire my power. And that's what's happening in the world. That's why there's so many horrible things that are happening. And obviously, those people will pay a huge price. They will suffer immensely for doing, justice will be served. And, but man wants to walk around like he's number one, or a woman likes to walk around like she's number one, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you're not. You're not. You're not. You'd like to be, but you're not. Don't kid yourself, right? I mean, or don't. Yeah, that's an interesting expression, that, isn't it? But don't delude yourself. Yeah, don't delude yourself. You're not above God. You're not above me. You might like to think so. And people have been playing that game for a long time. Yeah, they have, haven't they? Yeah, they have. What does it say in the book of Revelation about, the last days? How man is puffed up in his fleshly mind and boastful and full of pride and whoremongers and whores and all that kind of stuff, right? People doing sorcery, and they don't stop doing sorcery. They just keep doing it and 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 doing it. If you look at my Facebook profile, you see the same faces appear again and again and again. Whether it's various tarot readers or and they're just constantly trying to twist the story. They're just constantly trying to get themselves. They're constantly talking about what's going on my Facebook profile. They're constantly, you know, that's the thing. I mix them all together, and then it's a battle. It's a battle of words. And what I do is because there are people trying to pull on my energy in different ways. Is what I do is I get them to fight each other, right? Imagine you had two people coming to attack you at the same time, but you sort of just stood out of the way, and they ended up hitting each other. That's basically kind of what I do. I just get them all to just attack each other. I guess you could say it's kind of like that. I just deflect what they're trying to do to me. I just get them to mess with each other instead. So, and then they end up looking totally crazy, which is what they are. Don't be a part of that. Don't be like them. Don't do that. If you're going about thinking you're number one, but you think God's going to think that you're number one as well, and that you're so freaking great that you deserve to go to heaven, and you deserve to have eternal life, and be forgiven for your sins, blah 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 blah. Do you really think that's going to happen? No, you have to give God the glory and do the right thing. Right? Do what's right. Repent. See the error of your ways. And grow. You have to love. Yeah, love. It's an interesting card in the tarot deck, the Lover's card. It's an image of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and there's two trees, and there's the serpent. You see a tree with the serpent as well, and that's called the Lover's card. It's an interesting mixture of art. Do you know what I mean? It's called the Lovers. So the Lovers. That's or lovers. That's the word. That's a word. There are lots of if you could go on Google, or you go on the internet, or open a dictionary. Go look up the definition of love or lovers. What does it mean? You'll find that a word has many definitions. You have words with many definitions. There's no when you read a word, there's never really any sort of clear answer. What is it that's really being said? You look at what you call context. You look at context, and you try to figure out, what's the message that is trying to be conveyed? What is the writer trying to convey? But then the thing is with tarot, that's why it's it's what it is it's mixing that so for instance the Lover's card, it's mixing. Let me find the card. Here it is. It's on the bottom of the deck. So that you can see it there. Right, I've just covered up. Well, whatever. There's yeah, look, whatever. Just look at the card. So, it's supposed to be Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. There's a snake on the tree behind Eve, and there it says at the bottom, the Lovers. What's that got to do with love? Were Adam and Eve lovers? Were they lovers? Well, they were a couple. Adam and Eve, yeah. Eve was the wife of Adam. They had children together. Yeah, you could say that. Did they love God? Nope. Did they love me? Nope. They didn't. So in what sense are those people the lovers? You see, that's the thing, right? Because the world is full of people in relationships and having sex, but they don't love me. Do you understand? They don't love me. Just like Adam and Eve. Yeah? It's the same story happening again and again and again and again and again. Pretty much. I mean, that's generally how it's going for people. So, gotta do one more reading. Okay, we've got the Four of Wands. So that's like, well, it's a community. Okay, so usually when I see the Four of Wands, well, I think either society or I'm thinking of the, the community that's around me. Yeah. Hang on, let me just. Yeah, give me a second here. So we've got the Four of Wands. You can see people there celebrating. It looks like some sort of town. You see the Four of Wands. So it looks like 11-11, doesn't it? It looks like almost like two towers, like the Twin Towers almost as well, right? But 11-11, that's associated with Armistice Day and Remembrance Sunday and stuff like that, right? Anyways, Four of Wands. And then we got the Empress. The Empress. So, she's third card, or the fourth card. I mean, that's the thing about the major arcana. It starts off with the full card, which is the 0. So, it fools you into, is it the first card? Is it the 0 card? Is it, it says there, it says 3. But in a way, it's the fourth card as well, right? It's a magic trick. But anyways, the Empress. So, she's a woman, maybe she's a mother, or, well, yeah, I need more cards here, really. Queen of Cups, and then there's the Emperor. So that's a very interesting set of cards. Yeah. And then we got the Strength in Reverse. So if you follow me if you watch what I post on Facebook, you might notice that I like to post the number 8 a lot. You see that? VIII. 8 in Roman numerals. It says there, strength. Now, you see, it's a woman with a lion. So the lion is a big cat. Now, you see, my car is a Jaguar, which is also a big cat. And also a cat can be called a pussy as well, right? You know, she's got the infinity symbol on top of her head. You know, it's that sideways 8 on there, yeah? And so, you know, she's there with the lion. And obviously, you know, Jesus was called the Lion of the tribe of Judah. You know, but it also says that, you know, Satan is like a lion roaming around to see who he can devour. And now, obviously, 8. Well, you know, if you eat something, you ate it, right? 8 is what, you know, so if you devour something, you ate it. You understand? So 8. So this is a really interesting card. See, and this is the Rider-Waite Tarot deck. And so in most modern tarot decks, the number 8 card is strength. But in some decks, strength will actually be number 11, which is justice, which is, you know, it's basically, it's called the justice card, and it's a woman sitting on like a chair or a throne. Well, she's sitting on, yeah, some sort of chair, and she's got she's called Lady Justice, and she has a sword in her right hand and the scales of justice in her left hand. And quite often, you know, sometimes she's blindfolded, so she's called like Blind Justice, whatever that's supposed to mean. But the thing is, the Aleister Crowley tarot deck, which is the Thoth Tarot, it has the major arcana cards, but they're called trumps. Trumps. An interesting word, that, trumps. And in that deck, it's the 11th card, which is similar to this card. Okay, and obviously this was actually made, so the Rider-Waite deck was made after the Thoth deck, I think, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So the Thoth deck, the 11th card, is actually called, the title of it is Lust. And it depicts the beast from the book of Revelation, the first beast, which has 7 heads and 10 horns. And it has the naked woman, the whore of Babylon, riding on top of the beast. And so, and in that deck, the Thoth deck, the 8th card isn't actually called Justice. It's called Adjustment. And people treat it like it is the Justice card, but it's called Adjustment. 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 You know, like how you might adjust your television set or something like that, right? Or, you know, you might shift something around on your desk, you know, adjustment. You know, and people want to confuse that with justice. Strange that, huh? So, you know, when I see this card, what do I really see? Well, it's called Strength. You know, it's a woman with a big cat, a lion. It's, you know, the number 8 is a very, you know, it's a word. 8 is a word. It's not only a number, it's a word, right? It's what you ate, but it's in the past, you know? So it's kind of, it's shit magic in a sense. It's eating, devouring, and shitting, right? Because obviously, you know, if I go do a poo, right, it's a 8, isn't it? That's just what I ate, isn't it? So that's what it is, right? 8. And this is in reverse. This came out in reverse. Okay, so Knight of Swords. So, you know, the sword has to do with logic and communication. The horse suggests, you know, a moving forward with information, communication, something like that. And then we have the King of Wands in reverse. And then there's the High Priestess in reverse. Page of Wands. And then we got the Page of Cups in reverse. The Lovers. The Tower. The Hierophant. Four of Swords. Ace of Cups. And then we got the Seven of Swords. And Six of Cups in reverse. Ace of Pentacles in reverse, and the Devil. Okay, let me just have a look at that first. Oof. Okay. Oof. Oh, got a really sore back. I've been sat in this chair for so long. So Four of Wands. So community as the Empress, Queen of Cups, the Emperor, Strength in reverse. Strength in reverse. Knight of Swords. King of Wands in reverse. The High Priestess in reverse. Page of Wands. Page of Cups in reverse. The Lovers. Okay, so I think I get the impression. What's this really saying now? So the Four of Wands, the Empress, the Queen of Cups, the Emperor. Strength in reverse, Knight of Swords. Right. So, you know, I think this has to do with, yeah, it has to do with the people who park. They try to obstruct my driveway. They think they're parking somewhere they shouldn't be parking. In reverse of, they park behind my car where it shouldn't be. And that is magic. You know, it's a sex magic thing, because chariots are associated with cars and beds, right? So the strength in reverse, you know, this is, you know, to me this gives me the, you know, it's lust. You know, this is sort of sodomy. This is sodomy lust, right? In reverse. Yeah, butt stuff. Knight of Swords, so this is communicating. There's this communicating happening. That the King of Wands in reverse hang on. So there's the so Knight of Swords, so you know this is saying there's this King of Wands in reverse. And he's behind this High Priestess in reverse, right? So, you know, this is people doing sex magic. And there's this Page of Wands. Page of Wands. Page of Cups in reverse. The Lovers. So this is the thing, right? Because, you know, if you're a King of Wands in reverse, are you a King of Wands who is having... Are you a King of Wands doing sex magic? Or are you a Page of Wands who is trying to appear as if you are a King of Wands? I mean, the thing is, the thing about a Page of Wands is, well, a Page of Wands is, well, there's lots of interpretations, but, you know, a King of Wands is someone who's got a lot of firepower, you know, magic, fire, you know, that's, you know, a magician man is a king of, you know, someone who's a very serious, powerful magician. I guess you would call him a King of Wands. Someone who's very basic at magic, witchcraft stuff, I guess you would call him well, maybe you might call him a Page of Wands or something. I don't know. It's, how do I explain it? But the thing is that, you know, there's this, it's a power game. That's what it is, you know. And here's the Lover's card. You know, it comes out after the, you know, there's the Page of Cups in reverse, the Page of Wands, the Page of Cups in reverse, and then there's the Lovers, you know, or Adam and Eve, you know, who were cast out of the Garden of Eden. You know, what did Adam and Eve do? Well, that's the thing, they wanted power. Eve wanted power. You know, if you're obstructing and you're doing chariot in reverse, sodomy, sex magic, in front of my car, God's car, and you're thinking, you want to talk shit about it. Um, all that is well, it's the same story again. It's what it is. Adam and Eve. Isn't that what they did? Isn't that? It's basically, it's trying to steal God's power through magic. Very basic magic, by the way. I mean, all you had to do was park a car. I mean, that's literally all you've done, really, is park a car where you shouldn't have parked it, and, man sticks it in the wrong hole. You know what I mean? That's, oh, wow, what a wizard you are. Oh, wow, you're going to take over the world now, are you? And anyway, look, here's the Tower card. So obviously the Tower is a phallic symbol. It's, it represents the phallus of destruction. Okay. That's part. It's a sex magic card, but it's also, when you see, a war happening, or a bunch of people get shot in a mass shooting or something like that, or or someone dies in a car crash or something like that. The tower. It's destruction. That's what it is. It's a tower. You see, there's that lightning bolt. It comes down from the sky. It hits the tower. There's that weird looking crown thing that's on top of the tower. It gets knocked off, and then you see those people falling out of the tower to their deaths. Right? That's the sex magic thing. It's that's why evil sex practitioners, men with their phalluses, they like to break things with their phalluses, because of magic power. Yeah. Hey, you remember what happened on September 11th, 2001? The Twin Towers? And if you look at the moon card in the Tower deck, it has 2 towers. Anyway, here's the Hierophant. So this is the thing, right? Because here's the Hierophant. So who is the Hierophant? Well, I already told you who he is. I mean, you could interpret this card in different ways. He's basically the high priest of the cult of Demeter, but people also call this religious card. If you get different, there are so many different tarot decks. You might find in another deck he's called the Pope. The Pope's called Father. You know what I'm saying? Like, or do you know what I mean? Like, it's a very confused. This is what all this stuff is about. Tarot cards. It's all about confusing magic in an attempt to steal the power of God. Me. So the tower, like I said, it's the phallus, it's the breaking with the phallus. And so the Hierophant is associated with the sign Taurus. The bull. But if you have a torn, let's say you have a torn sphincter, which I do, that's what Taurus. And this is another reason why people participate in sex magic, because the Taurus, having a torn hole, makes, this is trying to be God magic. Okay? It's an attack against me. And then we got the Four of Swords card. So there's this lying down. Well, that's the thing, right? Because if someone has a torn sphincter, it's down there, and you're lying. You're trying to lie who you are, right? It's all about power. That's why people are so drawn to these things. That's why they're so attracted to doing these things because of the power. And that's why, if you look at my Facebook page, you know, you could see how people are constantly trying to they're trying to take my power. They're constantly trying to take a slice. They're always trying to take as much as they can. And that's essentially, you know, that's what the world is like. It's like, you know, the world is like, well, the best analogy I can use is they're a bunch of blood-sucking vampires wanting to, yeah, you know what I mean? Or, you know, you could call them brain-eating zombies. You know, they all want to eat my brain. And there's the Four of Swords lying down, and then we got the Ace of Cups. Well, the thing is, if you sodomy is associated, well, when people do sodomy, they tend to use douching and enema bags. So, but this could also mean, you know, a new romance, a new love interest, new feelings. Yeah. You know, it's got that dove on the top there. You know, the dove is associated with the Holy Spirit. Whole. Yeah, whole. You know what a whole is? Seven of Swords. So there's that sneaky thief guy. Yeah. He's stealing. Yeah, he's stealing. He likes to steal. And notice that is, well, it's the Seven of Swords, right? The number 7 is associated with the Chariot. 7 of Swords. And then there's the Six of Cups in reverse. So the Six of Cups is, you know, there's these children. It's the only card in the Rider-Waite Tarot deck that depicts children. I think. I mean, well, I suppose there's the Ten of Cups as well. Probably, but yeah. Anyway, the Six of Cups. You know, there's these two children. You know, what's it talking about? Is it talking about? You know, it could be talking about children. It could be talking about fond memories. You know, a loving situation. You know, there's like this sort of pleasant, nice, you know, situation. But it's in reverse. So there's the Seven of Swords. You know, there's the Thief, and there's the Six of Cups in reverse. And then there's the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Well, you know, the Star, you can see it's upside down. And obviously the next card is the Devil card. So, you know, this is, you know, this, you know, it's all sex magic, sodomy magic. It's, you know, there's this Page of Cups in reverse. You know, it seems to me, you know, and that's the thing, a lot of, you know, girls, men, you know, women, you know, they want a bad boy, they want a guy who is, you know, disrespectful, thuggish, bad boy, that kind of thing, right? You know, he takes what he wants, right? He's like, I see what I want, I'm gonna take that, kind of thing, right? Dominant, that kind of thing, right? So, so this is the thing, you know, if you're blocking my car, and you know you're the Chariot in reverse, and you're participating in devil stuff. Let's put it simply. That's what it is, right? You're being you're participating in things like sodomy, BDSM, in a relationship with a guy who's a real piece of shit. And that's what you are, you know, if that's the kind of person you are, and you're trying to block God's driveway, well, what the fuck do you think's gonna happen to you? and people who are involved with you. Do you know what I mean? This doesn't look good, does it? It doesn't look good. Okay, a couple more cards. And then we got the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. The Seven of Cups in reverse. So this is, it's sexual fantasy. It's fantasy. It's confusion. So, yeah. That's basically what the Seven of Cups is. And then there's the Ten of Cups in reverse. And then there's the Two of Swords in reverse. So, I get the impression that, whoever's, parking out there, this is the thing, this is what evil people want to do. They want to participate in things like BDSM, sodomy. They want to. It's all about doing sex magic in reverse. It's all about their happiness is doing sodomy and being arseholes and being nasty and thuggish and standoffish and bad people and blah de blah de blah de blah de blah de blah de blah. Yeah, it's not, shouldn't be that hard to understand, should it? And that's the kind of trouble that people try to bring to me. And I have every right to defend myself. I have every right to get rid of anyone who thinks that they can do that in my presence. That's the thing. If you think you can do that in my presence, in front of me, well, you'll be gotten rid of. You'll simply be gotten rid of. You'll be gone somewhere, wherever it is. I don't know. But you'll be moved out of the way, one way or another. And, you'll have to pay a massive price for doing something that evil. Because there are people in this world who are dying. There are children who are being abused. There are people who are suffering. And who is in the way of God fixing that problem? Well, it's you. You're the one who's in the way. So what price do you think, how expensive is that bill for you going to be, do you think? You wouldn't be able to afford it. Simple as that. So my advice is get out of the way before you get moved out of the way. I haven't got any battery left on my phone, so that's it. Laters.